There will be an opening ceremony at 9 o'clock. It will be conducted at the CN when we will be ready to start the driving at the conclusion of the opening ceremony, and we will have the 8 swing lines as the police event.
Good morning everybody and welcome to the 2022 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association State Diving Championships. We have the 8 years girls on the board at this point. This is Grace Monday from Combined Independent Schools, PLC Sydney. Grace just performed an inward dive in the tuck position. We haven't got scores coming up on the board at this point in time. There it is now. That's a 1.4 degree of difficulty. And our next competitor up from Combined Independent Colleges from PLC is Emily Berg. And Emily performed a forward dive. Very nice. Just young girls diving here in this 8 years event. They'll be looking to try and earn their way into the New South Wales All Schools team to compete in the Australian All Schools Championships. Third diver up in the 8 years girls is Adeline Mackey. Adeline goes to Abbottsley. And Adeline was performing a forward somersault in the pike position off the 1 metre board. Degree of difficulty 1.5. We'll go on to the 8 years boys springboard. And our first diver in the 8 years boys is Caden Shute. Caden was performing a forward dive in the straight position and scored between 5 and 6.5 from the judges. Second diver up is from the Happy Hunter area from Valentine Public School. This is Daniel Woodward. Daniel was performing a forward somersault in the tuck position. First doesn't quite get the takeoff that he was after, so he didn't quite get the rotation. Unfortunately, because he didn't land on his feet at the end of the dive, he will get a 0 for that dive. That would be called a failed dive. We move on to the 9 years girls springboard. The 9 years girls representing Sydney North and coming from Lambie Primary School. We have Saskia Lees. Saskia's performing the back somersault in the tuck position, valued at 1.5, and gets some good scores from the judges there. Next up we have Eva from Bishop Tyrrell. Eva is representing the combined independent schools. She does a forward somersault in the tuck position with difficulty 1.4. When people are looking at the board here and saying, I wonder what all these numbers are, the number that describes the skill, this one is a 102B, which means it's a forward rotating somersault in the pike position, valued at 1.5, and that's very well done by Zara Ware from PLC. Zara has scored from the judges great scores ranging from 6.5 to 8. Next diver up is Addison Kajigas from Sydney North, and Addison comes from Wakehurst and performed a really nice forward somersault in the pike position there. Judges have scored her from 5 through to 6.5, so well done to Addison. Next up is Ava Younger-Nathan from Abbottsley. And Ava's dive is going to be a forward dive in the straight position. A representing straight. She dives straight in there, gets a dive in the water on her head, and the judges score her from 4.5 through to 5.5. And the last diver in the 9 years girls springboard is Andy Lawrence. And Andy comes all the way up from Riverina, from Coringal Primary School, and very new to the sport. Just starting off and has done really well in her warm-ups this morning to get her dive list underway. And a good attempt there from Andy, keeping her legs together nice and straight, trying to enter the water. On to the 9 years boys. We have Bo Ellis. And Bo is mounting onto the springboard now. Bo comes from the Riverina. And Bo is doing a forward dive in the tuck position, so you can see he jumps off the board, goes into a nice tight tuck, and tries to get his entry as vertical as possible. And the judges score that dive between 4s and 5s. Next up is Benji Ovigliati from the Hunter. He's from Wallsend South Public School. Benji's performing a forward dive in the tuck position, shows a nice little bit of height off the board, which the judges are looking for, and he gets rewarded with scores from 6 to 6.5. Next up on the 9 years boys springboard is Jet McLennan. And Jet McLennan should be on the 1 metre board. Yes, I think he's just with his coach down there now. We move on to Hugh Griffin. I think maybe the other boys are involved in swimming events, so we're making accommodation for them. And Hugh performed a forward dive in the straight position with a degree of difficulty of 1.4. We go back to the starting list again, back to round 2. In the 8 years girls, we have Grace Monday. Grace is performing a back somersault in the tuck position. The designation of 2 at the start of her number system for her dives indicates backward. The second 2 indicates 2 half somersaults, meaning a full somersault, and C indicates tuck. And her scores range from 4.5 to 5.5. Well done to Grace. Emily is next. Emily from PLC, from the Combined Independent Schools Organisation. And she does a back dive in the straight position, degree of difficulty 1.7, scoring 25.5. Next up in the 8 years girls is Andelane Mackey. Andelane goes to Abbotsleigh Primary School. She will be performing a back dive in the straight position. Tries to get a nice strong push off there. A little bit short in rotation, but gets good scores between 5 and 6.5 from the judges. We move on to the 8 years boys springboard. Up we have Caden Shute from Knox, and Aiden performs a back dive straight, valued at 1.7 from the 1 metre. Scores 4s and 4.5 with a total score for the dive of 22.10. Next up from Valentine Public School in the Hunter region, we have Daniel Woodward, and Daniel's going to perform a back somersault in the tuck position. Here it goes, and he gets that in on his feet this time, so that's good. He will receive his first score for the day and scores 21.75 for his dive. 9 years girls we move on to. First up is Saskia Lees, and Saskia's on the 1 metre. She's going to perform a forward somersault in the tuck position, degree of difficulty 1.4. I know all her friends at Lambie, if they're watching, will be cheering her on today. Next up is Eva, and Eva goes to Bishop Tyrrell. She represents the CIS system and performing a back dive in the straight position, degree of difficulty 1.7. Scores between 4 and 4.5, earning 22.1 points for that dive. Next up we have Sarah. Sarah hails from PLC, Pymble Ladies College, and she's going to do a back somersault in the pike position. You'll notice with this dive, instead of pulling into a tight ball, she keeps her knees and legs straight and gets that dive round. That degree of difficulty is 1.6, and she gets a good score of 27.2 for that dive. Next up we have Addison, and Addison's going to do an inward dive pike. He gets a really nice dive and entry there. And the judges score her from 5 through to 6 on that. So good job from Addison, who goes to Wakehurst Primary School. Next up we have Ava. And Ava goes to Abbotsleigh in the CIS system. She's performing a forward somersault in the pike position. Does a pretty good job, keeps it relatively close to the board, and the judges reward that with scores from 6 to 7. And the last person up in the 9 years girls springboard in round 2 is Andy Lawrence from Coringal and out in Riverina. And Andy is performing a back dive with a half twist in the straight position, valued at 1.8, and the judges score that from 4 to 5 points, and she scores a total of 23.4 from the judges for that dive. Moving on to the 9 years boys, we got Bo Ellis from Riverina. And Bo is performing an inward dive in the tuck position, makes a really good job of that. Judges say we can award a 4 through to 5.5, which is a good effort from Bo. Benji from Wallsend South is up next, representing the Hunter region. And Benji is performing a forward 1.5 somersault position. It's a new dive. He's only just learnt this one. We see how he gets it round. Got his rotation good. Lacked a little bit of stretch into the water. It scores between 4 and 5.5 for a score total of 24.8. Hugh is up last. And Hugh is from the Combined Independent Schools system. He's going to do a back dive straight position. Pushes off, overturns it just a little bit. The judges score him from 3.5 through to 4.5 for that dive. We now move on to the final dive in the 8 and 9 years boys and girls springboard event. We have Grace from PLC performing a forward somersault in the pike position, and very nice, tidy, neat little dive that one. She scores between 4s and 5s with a total of 22.5. Emily is also from PLC, and Emily is on the 1 metre board performing a back dive with a half twist in the straight position. There she goes. She gets a dive in the water on her head, feet separate a little bit. Judges award her scores from between 4 and 5 for a total of 24.3 from that dive. Moving on to the final competitor in the 8 years girls for Andeline from Abbottsley, and Andeline's going to perform an inward dive in the tuck position. And she gets that dive in the water nicely, a little bit of a twist on it in the water, and she scores from 5 to 6.5. On to the 8 years boys, Caden Shute from Knox, and Caden performs a forward somersault in the tuck position, value at 1.4 degree of difficulty, with a dive total of 21.7. Daniel Woodward, final competitor, final dive in the 8 years boys springboard. Daniel is looking to perform an inward dive in the tuck position here, valued at 1.4. There might be a little question mark over his tuck position in that dive. And his dive scores are down a little bit just because of that. It scores 15 points for that dive. On to the 9 years girls. We have Saskia Lees. Saskia is from the Lambie in Sydney North, and she's performing a back dive in the straight position. A little bit of splash out behind her there, so it can indicate they over-rotated a little bit. She scores from 4 to 4.5 in her dive score. Eva is up next, and she's performing a forward dive in the straight position. Degree of difficulty 1.4. And not a bad effort. Once again, a little bit of splash out across the pool. The judges see that, and the scores are between 3.5 and 4.5 for that dive. Next up, we have Zara from PLC. Zara is going to perform a back dive in the straight position. Nice, strong jump. Takes that up really well. She should get rewarded by the judges in that, and does get scores from 5.5 to 7. Addison from Wakehurst in Sydney North. She's got her back somersault and does a good job. Gets a little bit of a twist on the end, but she was a little bit worried about that dive before she started, so that's a good effort to get her dive in the water safe and sound. Ava is up next, and Ava is from Abbottsley. And Ava is planning to do a forward somersault with a half twist in the free position. She'll actually do this with straight legs to show off her execution to the judges, and does a pretty nice job of that dive. She scores from 4.5 to 5.5, scoring 26.35 for her dive total. Last diver in the 9 years girls is Andy Lawrence from Riverina. And Andy does a good job with the forward somersault in the tuck position. She'll score from 4s to 5s for that dive. On to the last event for our springboard section this morning. We have the 9 years boys springboard. We have Bo from Riverina. Bo actually just touches the board with the back of his hand when he does that dive, so he'll receive a significant penalty there. And his dives are scored down below the 2-point mark from each judge on that dive. It didn't hurt him. He's jumped out sprightly. Kids are tough these days, but that is one of the things that when they are practicing and preparing and training for these events, they try to learn to take their dives up. They want to keep them close to the board, but they don't want to get too close and scare the judges, because that is in fact written into the rules and code of points, and that works against the athlete doing that. Next up we have Benji from Walls End South. bench is performing a back dive with a half twist in the straight position. Has a 1.8 degree of difficulty and scores very well with 27 points. Next up we have Hugh. And Hugh is from CIS. Hugh is performing a back dive with a half twist in the straight position. He is only very new to the sport there, but makes a good effort at performing that half twisting back dive. He scores 3.5 from 0 to 4, so one of the judges has deemed that to not actually, or to be a failed dive, but if 2 judges actually score that, then we have a problem with the score counting. But the fact that we've got 4 judges that have given a score there enabled the dive to score 18.9 points. And that wraps up our 8 years girls, 8 years boys, 9 years girls and 9 years boys springboard event for 2022. The scores will come up on the board shortly and we will have results from that. Congratulations to all the young divers who competed in that event. They did very well, and for many it was their very first diving competition, so congratulations. We'll look forward to having you back in just a few moments when we move on to the 10s and 11 years boys and girls springboard events.
The medal presentation for the boys 9 years PSSA championships, and presenting medals we have Ty Swadley, who's the manager from Hunter. In third place and bronze medal representing Riverina Carl Ellis. They scored 47.60. In second place and silver medal representing CIS, Hugh Gibbon, who scored 61.00. New South Wales 9 sports PSSA champion representing Hunter, Benji Maverick, and he scored 74.60.
Evening presentation for the 8th years girls. Presenting medals with Janine Barrett, who is a technical official from Darwin, New South Wales. In third place, and bronze medal representing CIS, Grace Monday. Grace scored 71.55. Second place and silver medal representing CIS, Emily Bird. Number scored 72.90. New South Wales PWSA 8 years girls football champion representing CIS, Adelaide Mackey. Adelaide scored 76.75. Evening presentation for the girls 9 years springboard event. In 6th place, Andy Lawrence for the arena and Andy Scott for ski. In 5th place, Evangeline Jesus, who scored 59.90. In 4th place, Addison Hayes from Sydney.
So they haven't had that, no?
68.25. In 3rd place, Saskia Lees from Sydney North, who scored 74.15. Second place, Amy Nathan from CIS, who scored 78.00. New South Wales PWSA 9 years girls springboard champion representing CIS, Sarah Webb. The score 91.00.
Take advantage of this year because you're a young. It looks like most of you so 2/3 of the might be as easy as
The medal presentation for the 8 years boys. Medal presentation for boys 8 years schoolboy. In second place, representing Hunter, Daniel Woodward. Daniel scored 37.15. New South Wales PWSA Boys 8 years champion representing CIS, Hayden Shute. 60.60.
Right. What about that?
Yeah, well, we were up there.
No, I'll leave him walk over himself. We're right across the road, so it's like, it's, makes it very All right, take care.
Yeah.
Divers will have another 10 minutes for warm-up, another 10 minutes for warm-up.
Brody. This way. Down this way, girls. Brody, come on. Come down this way. Why don't you show the little girl your cups?
Drivers, we have 2 minutes, and we'll be starting the competition.
No, they're minor ones. Yep. And the ABS, no. Yep, they'll be in this one. Either, if you can't get a hold of her, ask, no, probably Brownie, mate. Yeah. Right on, mate. And mate,
The judges for the next event, number 1, Ty, number 2, Chris Marshall, number 3, Chris Lane, number 4, Norma, number 5, Judy.
no worries. No, I haven't got to that one. I knew there was more coming, so. Yep. Oh, I wonder if I can get quicker on that. Okay, too easy. Thank you, mate. Anything else?
The order of dining in this event in the tennis girls, Marissa, Riley, Stella, Anna, Carolyn, Emily, Annabelle, Megan. Alyssa Lamb has withdrawn. Havens. In the tennis boys, James, Oliver, Jacob, Daniel, Paul. In the women's girls, Melina, Lara, Lucinda, Sienna, Olivia, Daria, Elsie, Vivian, Anne, Shay, and the women's boys, Ruby.
Thank you.
Good morning everybody and welcome back to the 2022 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association State Diving Championships here at SOPAC at Homebush. This morning we're going to proceed with the 10 years girls, the 10 years boys, the 11 years girls and the 11 years boys springboard diving events. The 10s and 11 years boys and girls will perform 3 dives which will count towards their total for the championships. But in order to qualify for School Sport Australia and for the New South Wales all-school team to attend the School Sport Australia Championships in Brisbane in November, they will be required to do an additional dive, a 4th dive, which will count towards their selection process. The first competitor up in the 10 years girls springboard is Marissa Georgiakis, and Marissa is from the CIS system and attends Pymble Ladies College, Sydney. Her first dive is a forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position, a 1.6 degree of difficulty, and Marissa, just wait for the scores to come up here by the judges. And she scores from 5 to 6 in her dive, scoring a total of 28 points. Our next diver is Noelia Bayola from Sydney East, and she attends Strathfield North Public School. She's performing an inward dive in the pike position from the 1 metre at 1.5 degree of difficulty. And the judges have awarded her scores from 5.5 through to 7, total score dive of 28.5. Next up is Stella Ball. Stella attends MacKillop. She's part of the MacKillop system here and attends St Pat's at Blacktown. Stella is going to perform a forward somersault in the pike position. There it is, nice tight pike, degree of difficulty 1.5, and scores between 4.5 and 5.5 on that dive.
Stella scores 4.5, 5.5, 5, 5.5, 5. Driver number 4, Anna Sampson from Sydney North.
Next up we have Anna Sampson from Sydney North region of the PSSA, and she attends Thornley West Primary School. She's performing a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position. Does a pretty nice job and pushes it out a little bit away from the board. But she scores from 4.5 to 6 in that dive. Next up we have Carolyn Zhu from Sydney West, and Carolyn attends North Rocks Primary School. She's going to perform a forward dive in the straight position. There it is there. Just remember, a lot of these young divers in this event this year are attending their first diving championship. So just to get up and compete here and get a full list of dives is in fact quite an achievement. Next up we have Emily Rami, and Emily is from the CIS system. She attends PLC at Pymble, and her dive is going to be a 1.5 somersault in the pike position from the 3 metre board. First diver from 3 metre today. Degree of difficulty 1.6. Nice dive, good entry, and the judges will award that in scores around about that 6 to 7. And she scores 31.2 for her dive. Annabelle Mavigliati from the Hunter region is up next. Now Hannah is probably involved in the swimming. So we'll proceed on with Megan Yee from CIS. She attends Pymble Ladies College, and she's doing a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position. It's a really nice tight pike, and the judges reward her with scores from 5.5 to 6.5. Total dive score of 28.8. From the Sydney East and from Haberfield Primary School, we have Cadence Fu next. Cadence is going to do a forward dive in the tuck position. And the tuck is designated by wrapping up into a really nice tight little ball. And she has scored 14.4 points for that dive.
James Pritchard from CIS.
We move on to the 10 years boys springboard event. And in the 10 years boys springboard event, first up we have James Pritchard. James attends Knox. His first dive is a forward dive in the straight position. Keeps his body nice and straight, and the judges have rewarded that with scores from 4.5 to 6.5. Next up we have Oliver Radford, also from CAS and also attends Knox. Oliver is going to do a 1.5 somersault in the tuck position, and you can see he does a full somersault and then inverts into a head first entry. He scores from 5.5 to 6.5 in that dive. Well done to Oliver. Next up from the North Coast, so travelling a long way to come down here to Homebush from Westport Primary School is Jacob Barlow. And Jacob's going to do a forward dive in the straight position. He'll be penalised a little bit for that simply because he didn't stay straight through the air and pulled into a tuck. And so his scores will be depressed down there a little bit from scoring from 2 to 5. Daniel Cassidy is up next. He's from Sydney East and he attends Stanwell Public School. Daniel is about to perform a forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position on the 1 metre, degree of difficulty 1.6. And well done to Daniel. Daniel's scores range from 5 to 6.5, scoring 28.0 for his dive. Last up in the 10 years boys springboard from CIS Trinity Grammar College, we have Paul Carlos. Paul is going to perform a forward dive in the straight position. There he goes, has a little pike bend in there, doesn't quite stay straight, but the judges have rewarded him with scores from 3.5 to 5, scoring 16.6 for his dive. We'll move on to the 11 years girls springboard event now. We have Melina Murphy from Sydney North, and Melina attends Frenchs Forest Primary School. She performed a forward dive in straight position and scores from 2.5 from 4.5. Lara Manuel. Lara is the daughter of Olympic diver Rebecca Manuel. Lara is going to perform here a reverse dive in the tuck position, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree with that dive. She scores massive scores from 7 through to 8, getting a big score for Lara. Next up is Lucinda Torrens, and Lucinda's from Sydney North and attends Dural Public School. She'll be performing a forward somersault in the pike position. There she goes, enters the water feet first. Judges will reward that 1.5 DD dive with scores from 2.5 to 5. Sienna Goldie from the North Coast, all the way down from Tapping Point. And Sienna is going to do a back dive in the straight position from the 1 metre, degree of difficulty 1.7. You see with the number systems on the dive here, it's a 2018, 2 meaning it's backwards, 01 meaning it's a back half somersault or back dive, and the A represents the straight position. And Sienna scores 18.7 for that dive. Next up we have Olivia Spanos from PLC Sydney. Olivia is about to perform an inward somersault in the tuck position. The 4 designates that it's an inward dive, the 2 designates that it's a full somersault, and the C represents the tuck position. That's 1.6 degree of difficulty, and she scores from 5 to 6.5 for a total of 27.2 points. And next up on the 3 metre we've had Baria Mellon. Baria has performed a forward dive in the tuck position, degree of difficulty 1.4, with a total score of 17.5. Next up we have Elsie Barr from the Hunter region. She goes to Nogaba Primary School and performed a nice pike forward somersault there. Overturned just a little bit, so her scores are down just a fraction from 3 to 5, but a nice dive all the same. Next up we have Lillian McCormick from Sydney North, and Lillian attends Thornley West Public School. On the 1 metre board, she's going to perform a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position. Sits up here, gets a nice pike and gets in nicely inverted on her head there to score awards from the judges from 6 to 6.5 points. Next up we have Anna, and Anna is going to do an inward dive pike. Anna is from the CIS system, attends Pymble Ladies College. Inward dive pike is worth 1.5 degree of difficulty, and there it is there, slightly overturned a fraction on that dive, but still good enough to earn her scores from 4.5 to 5.5. The last in the 11 years girls is Shay Botcher from the Hunter, and she attends Charlestown South Public School. Shay is going to do an inward dive in the tuck position. Does a really nice job of that. 1.4 degree of difficulty. It scores 5 to 6 from the judges for a total of 21.7. We only have one boy from the 11-year springboard event this year who has qualified to compete in this event. From Sydney North we have Ruben Hardiker. He goes to Batte Bay Primary School, and Ruben performs a forward dive in the tuck position. Has scored from 4.5 and 5s from 18 points. We'll go on to round 2, just in case people are worried about or interested in how this is scored. The athletes get a degree of difficulty for their assigned dive, and that's multiplied by the 3 middle scores by the judges, which means that Marissa in that situation will have 1.7 multiplied by 5, 5.5 and 5.5. And that gives her her total score. Next up is Nolia. Nolia is on the 1 metre board performing a back somersault in the straight position with degree of difficulty 1.7. And she gets a very good score there of 30.6 for her second dive. Stella is up next. And Stella, as we said, is from St Pat's Blacktown. She's going to perform a 1.5 somersault in the tuck position. Leaves it a little bit short of vertical on entry, but Scott dives well enough to earn 22.4 points for her dive. Anna is up next. We don't know where Anna is just at the moment. Okay, so Anna is on the 1 metre board, and Anna is going to do an inward dive tucked, degree of difficulty 1.4. And if we have a look at this dive, we see she jumps up in the air, pulls into a nice tuck, and rotates forward from a backward takeoff. Scores very well to earn 26.6 points for that dive. Carolyn is next from North Rocks Primary School, and she performed a back dive in the straight position, degree of difficulty 1.7. Scores from 3.5 to 4. Some of the divers do their back dive straights. If they can do a jump from the board, that helps them to get more points from the judges. They simply stand and fall back. They can still score well, but it probably restricts the height of their scores. Amelie is up next with a back dive tuck. We have a look. She should jump this up nice and tall, pull into a really nice tuck. She will straighten up and try and get as vertical on her entry as possible. Here she goes in the tuck, stretches out, and makes a really good job of that dive. So Amelie has scored very well to get a total for that dive of 32.3 points. Annabelle is next from Wallsend South Public School. Oh, sorry, I've done it again. Annabelle is still over at the swimming, and when she comes back, we'll be catching up with her dives. So we'll move on to Megan from Pymble Ladies College. And Megan's going to do a back dive in the straight position, degree of difficulty 1.7. You notice with this straight position, there should be no bend at the hips and knees and ankles. So she'll stretch up, It does a really good job there, keeps the dive nice and close to the board without it being dangerous. It scores really well for 34.85 points. Last diver in the 10 years girls springboard is Cadence. Cadence is from Haberfield Primary School. Cadence is going to do a back dive in the straight position. Doesn't get a push off there, so the scores will be down a little, but she still does that job well enough to score from 3 to 4 from all judges. We move on now to the 10 years boys springboard. We're up to round 2, obviously. James is up on the springboard. He's going to do a back dive in the straight position. We'll have a look and see whether he can get much of a jump here and try and press his claim for higher scores. And makes a good effort there. So the judges will still score that around about the 5 points for it, and they do from 4 to 5. So well done to James. Oliver is next, also from Knox. And Oliver's really going to put the cat amongst the pigeons here. He's going to attempt to do a forward double somersault. 104 means forward double. In the tuck, he gets it round and he stretches out and puts it on his feet vertically. That's a big DD at 2.2 and earns him 38.5 points from the judges. We have Jacob up next. Jacob is going to perform the inward dive in the tuck position, degree of difficulty 1.4. And if we have a look at our scores for Jacob here, 1.4 will be multiplied by, we'll knock out the 5.5 and the 4. So 4.5, 4.5 and 5 adds up to 14 times his 1.4, which gives him his total dive score. Daniel Cassidy is up next from Stanwell Public School. He's going to do a back somersault straight position. Does a really nice job and gets that nice and strong over the top. He gets rewarded with scores from 6 to 6.5 from the judges and a total of 31.45 points. Paul is up next, and Paul is going from Trinity. Paul's going to do a back dive straight. We'll see if he can get a big jump. He makes a really good effort. Tries to get a jump up, and the judges move his score up a little bit, and as a result, scoring 27.2 points. We'll now move on to the 11 years girls for their second round dive. Melina is up now. She's going to do a back dive straight. Degree of difficulty 1.7. A pretty good job with that. Feet separate a little bit, which the judges probably wouldn't have been able to see. And she still scores 27.2, so well done to Melina. Lara is up next, Lara Manuel. Lara is on the 1 metre board. She's going to do a forward 1.5 in the pike position. Gets up, nice pike, and does a beautiful entry there. Very little splash, and earns her scores from 7 to 8 from the judges. Lucinda is on the 1 metre board next with the back dive in the straight position. Degree of difficulty 1.7. She sets up, takes it back a little bit, but a nice dive all the same. Judges will not allow those points to get up too high because it moves away from the board a little bit, but really good job. You've got to remember, a lot of these divers are very inexperienced in trying for their first competition, so you can see the quality of what they're doing is really good. Sienna is up next, and Sienna is from Tapping Point on the north coast. She has an inward dive in the tuck position. She's facing backwards. She'll rotate forward in the tuck position and then stretch out to get that vertical entry. She scored 21 points for that dive then, so well done to Sienna. Olivia is up next. Olivia is going to do a backwards somersault with a half twist in the free position. Any dive number starting with 5 means it's a twister. The 2 means it's backwards. The second 2 means it's a full somersault. The 1 means a half twist. She scores 29.9 points for that dive. Baria is up next, and Baria goes to Kingsgrove Public School. And Baria performed a forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position and scored from 4.5 to 6 from the judges, earning 24 points for her second round dive.
Could you come to the table, please? Could you come to the table, please? Elsie on the 1 metre. Forward somersault.
Next up we have Elsie Barr. Elsie Barr is from Nogaba, and Elsie is going to perform a forward somersault with a half twist in the free position and makes a really nice job of that dive. The judges will reward that with scores from 5 to 6.5, and she has performed and earned 29.75 points for the second dive. Lillian is up next, and Lillian is currently on 31.45 points. She will be performing a back somersault in the straight position. Lillian attends Thornley West Primary School. She's having a little bit of troubles moving the fulcrum on the 1 metre board at the moment. Just deciding where she gets that. And in case people are wondering why she moves the fulcrum goes forwards or backwards. That will affect how bouncy the board is for her. So she wants it in the right position so she can get the right response in her takeoff there. Back somersault straight at 1.7, and she has earned 25.5 points for her second dive. And Lou is from Pymble Ladies College, and Anne's going to do a dive off the 3 metre board. She's going to do a back dive in the straight position. This is going to take quite a bit of control to make sure she doesn't overturn. And in fact, she controlled it well and lifted it a little bit under with that dive. So that's why her dive scores are down a little, but she still scores 23.75 points for her second dive. Final diver in the 11 years girls for the second round is Shay Vocha. Shay is doing the back dive straight position on the 1 metre board. Degree of difficulty will be 1.7. Shay is from God's Country up there on the Hunter area, from Charlestown South Public School. And Shay is performing the back dive straight. Gets a good dive and scores 28.9 points. The final diver in round 2 is our 11 years boy, and Ruben Hardicay from Bateau Bay Primary School in the Sydney North region. He is going to perform a back dive in the straight position. Stands up nice and tall, sets, leaves it a little bit short, which will have his points down a little bit, but still scores 4 to 4.5, earning 22.95 points from the judges. We go back to the final dive for the competition, or for the medal round of competition, and this is Marissa from Pymble Ladies College, performing an inward somersault in the tuck position. A little bit of a wobble on the board, but she sets there, gets a really nice tight tuck, and that was a very, very nicely controlled dive. Earns 6 from all judges, so all judges are in complete agreement for the first time today. And they've done really well. I think we hear the applaud for the judges almost as much as the athletes on that one. Next up we have Nolea. We don't have Nolea at the moment. We'll come back to her later. Next up we have Annabelle. This is Annabelle, who was over at the swimming, representing her school and region in a swimming event. So Annabelle has come over and she will be performing the first of her dives. So we're just waiting for the scoreboard to be configured to allow that. And you know, all congratulations to our PSSA diving convener, Sue Milford. She runs a very tight ship here, but she also makes it very inclusive for all of the athletes. If they can't be here because they've got conflict of interest with the swimming, they give them a chance to get this up and going. We've gone back to Nolea, and Nolea is doing a back somersault with a half twist in the free position, and she scores 27.2 points for that dive. Stella is next up. from St Pat's Blacktown, and she is going to do a back somersault. It says 202A, that means it's a straight position on the 1 metre, and there it is. Nice dive, little dish in the middle in her positioning then, that scores from 5.5 to 6.5 in her scores.
Emma, back somersault straight.
Anna is up next. She's also going to do a back somersault straight on the 1 metre. Anna, as we said before, is from Thornley West. And we'll see if she can get this up and over nice and straight, and makes a really good job of that dive as well. Anna scores 5 to 6s, and that score with a total of 28.05. Carolyn is next up. She's going to do a forward somersault in the tuck position on 1 metre. Remember that 102 means 1 is for the forward, 02 means for the number of half somersaults there. 02 would normally represent 2 half somersaults, or a full somersault, and the C would be a tuck position.
Forward somersault tuck.
And that degree of difficulty forward somersault tuck is 1.4. There she goes. Gets it into the water, and the judges reward her with scores from 2.5 to 4.5. She scores 14.7 for that dive. And we've got Amelie. She's doing a reverse dive tucked on the 3 metre, degree of difficulty 1.8. She sets up, gets good control on the end of the board here. Does a teeter, gets a nice tight tuck, does a dive with a slight twist there on the bottom, so that'll just depress the points a little bit, but she'll get from 4.5 to 5.5 from those judges. Next up we have Megan from Pimblelaters College. And Megan is going to do a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position. You can do these dives from a stand as Megan's doing, and that's a little bit of a problem because that is different to what the divers announced. And a lot of these young kids, not knowing competitions properly, we provide a little bit more flexibility. So they will in fact change that dive for Megan, and she'll get a reverse dive tuck to count, and the judges will score that as if it was the correct dive, and that will be adjusted on the scoreboard. That shows the inclusivity in how we support these young athletes, because once again, they're very young, very inexperienced, and we try to give them every chance to shine in this wonderful atmosphere that is school sport. Cadence Fu is up next, and Cadence is going to perform an inward dive in the tuck position, degree of difficulty 1.4, and there she goes. She's a little bit nervous with that one and wanted to twist. Sometimes the athletes see the board and they think they're going to be a little bit close, and so they can be a little bit intimidated to them. But Cadence did well to get that dive into the water to count towards her total. On to the 10 years boys, third round. This is once again the money round, or the medal round for this event. And James is on the 1 metre board. He's going to perform a forward somersault in the pike position. That's degree of difficulty 1.5. The judges have scored him with scores from 5 to 5.5, and he earns 23.25 points. Congratulations to James. Oliver Radford is up next, also from Knox. And he's going to do an inward somersault in the tuck position, degree of difficulty 1.6. There it is. He leaves it a little bit short and sits into the water a little bit. The judges score him from 3.5 to 5 on that dive. Jacob is up next from Westport, up in Port Macquarie area there of the North Coast. Jacob's going to do a forward somersault pike position, Does a good job, stands up nice and tall at the end of the dive, and earns scores from 4.5 to 6 for 24 points for that dive. Daniel is up next. If you're a trampolinist or a gymnast, you might call this a Barani, but in diving it's a forward somersault with a half twist in the free position. He scores from 5.5 to 6.5 and gets a good score of 30.6 for that dive. Last diver in the 10 years boys medal round is Paul Carlos. Paul is going to do an inward dive in the pike, but I think he's suggesting there that it should be tucked. I'm hoping somebody has noticed there. No, and he does it pike, so I don't know what he was talking about there before, but he's done the inward dive piked and scores from 2.5 to 3.5 for his dive, for a dive score of 12.75. Next up we have Melina. This is in the 11 years girls, and Melina is doing a forward somersault tuck position, 1.4 degree difficulty off the 1 metre board, and has scored from 2.5 to 4.5 for a dive score of 13.3. And Lara is up on the 1 metre as well here. She's going to do an inward 1.5 somersault in tucked. Big degree of difficulty of 1.2, gets it round. It's a really nice stretch, toes pointing into the water. And the judges have awarded that 5.5 through to 7. Next up is Lucinda from Sydney North. And Lucinda attends Dural Primary School. She's going to do an inward dive in the tuck position. A little bit rolly in the water there, but a good job from Lucinda. And the judges have scored her from 4 through to 5.5. And a score dive of 18.9. Sienna Goldie is up next. She's on the 1 metre board and she's going to perform a forward somersault in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty 1.4. There it is. She got that out and on her feet, so the judges will be able to reward her with a score ranging from 3.5 to 5. Third dive up for Olivia from Pymble Ladies College is a forward double somersault. So she's trying for a bigger DD dive on this one at 2.2. Here she goes, does her press, gets the double, gets it round and stands it up nice and tall into the water. Judges have scored that from 5.5 to 6.5 and she scores a very good dive score of 37.4 points. Baria is up next on the 3 metre board and she's planning to do an inward dive in the tuck position. Here we go. She's going to do an inward dive in the tuck position on the 3 metre board with a degree of difficulty of 1.3. I think we've just got some movement on the scoreboard up there at the moment. So I think there's probably just a little technical hitch. But she's currently on 41.5 points, is Baria. We'll see what she can add to her total on this dive. And that's a good job. Takes a lot of confidence to get up on 3 metre and do your dives. She scores 22.1 for a 63 point plus total. Elsie is up next and Elsie's currently on 49.25 points. She will be performing a back dive straight position. So our Nokba girl is got a 1.7 DD. She's done a pretty nice job getting that in vertically. The judges have awarded her a 29.75 point dive for a dive total or competition total of 79 points. Next up is Lillian. Lillian's on the 1 metre board. She's going to do an inward somersault in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty 1.6. So she faces backwards, rotates forwards, and still gets it in on her feet. And there it is there. Very nicely done from Lillian. She scores from 6 to 6.5 from the judges, earning 30.4 points for her dive. We have Anne over on the 3 metre, performing a forward 1.5 somersault. Anne goes to Pymble Ladies College, and there it is. She just doesn't quite stop that underwater and gets a bit of leg splash, but still earns 4.5s to 5.5s for her dive scores from the judges. Shay Butcher from the Hunter region, from Charlestown South, is performing a forward somersault in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty 1.4 and scores 18.9 points for that dive. Last diver for the medal rounds is Ruben Hardiker in the 11 years boys. Ruben is going to do an inward dive in the tuck position. Does that. Does a little bit of a froggy kick there with legs apart, but gets it nice and straight into the water, earning 17.5 points. The scores at this point in time are the scores for the medals being awarded for the schools in the PSSA championships. But we go back for a 4th round now. This dive will be added on to their competition total to earn selection or target selection for the New South Wales All-School team for the Australian All-Schools Championships. And Marissa from Pimble's Ladies College did a really nice dive there. So she has put her best foot forward to try and get the most points she can in 4 rounds to help her to try and earn selection in the New South Wales All-Schools team. We go through to Stella next up. We have just a little bit of confusion here. Maybe there was an assumption that Nolia was not going to do a 4th dive. She was happy just competing in the primary school state championships. But maybe she is planning to do a 2nd dive. It's either that or we have a correction to Nolia, to Stella's 4th dive description. I know this scoring system might be a little bit confusing to our viewers out there, but in simple terms, the requirements for the School Sport Australia Diving Championships requires 1 more dive than has traditionally made up the competition dives for the PSSA State Championships. For this reason, the first 3 dives count towards the medals in the championships, and the 4th dive counts towards their selection or possible selection in the School Sport Australia or New South Wales All Schools diving team for the School Sport Australia Championships. We have Nolia up here now, and she performed a forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position. Good scores, scoring 28.8 points for her 4th dive. Now we get to Stella after that little bit of confusion, and Stella will do the inward dive in a pike position. Degree of difficulty 1.5, makes a nice job, and scores 25.5 points for that dive. Anna is up next, and Anna from Thornley West is going to do a forward somersault with a half twist. As we said before, in trampoline or gymnastics terms or acrobatic terms, a lot of times they would call this a Barani. Here she goes, about to set up, does her step and approach, does forward somersault with a half twist. Maybe sits down on the water, creating a little bit more splash, and the judges award that 2.5 to 4 points from all of the judges. Carolyn is next, and Carolyn is going to perform the inward dive in the tuck position, degree of difficulty 1.4. Doesn't quite get her feet up very high there, so that score will be down a little bit. And and the judges award that scores from 1 to 2.5. But for a lot of these divers, getting a fourth dive is quite a task, so they've had to really push themselves to get these extra dives. Amelie is doing the inward dive in the pike position from the 1 metre, degree of difficulty 1.5. There she goes, makes a very nice job at a good clean entry on that dive that time for Amelie. And she scores 27.75 points for her fourth dive. On the fourth dive up is Megan Yee. Megan's from Pymble Ladies College. She's going to do an inward dive in the pike position with a degree of difficulty of 1.4. Does a really nice job, very little splash on that one, and scores really well for the judges, who scores from 6 to 7 points. Cadence is on the 1 metre, and she's going to do a forward somersault and tuck position. There it is, nice job from Cadence, scoring 20.3 points from the judges. Just a little bit of a reminder to everybody, these athletes when they're doing forward dives can either do it from a walk or a running dive, or they can do it from a stand. So it depends on how they think. Yeah, these athletes can actually do a running dive or can do a stand for their forward takeoffs. So it's up to them and for their coaches to determine what is best for them in production of their dive. Next up we have James. James is on the 1 metre. He's doing a forward somersault with a half twist in the free position with a degree of difficulty at 1.7. And he scores 24.65. Oliver on his final dive for school sports selection. Oliver is doing a back somersault in a straight position. Degree of difficulty 1.7. Makes a really nice back somersault straight and maybe pushes it out a little bit too far from the board, but still earns scores from 5 to 5.5 from all of the judges. Jacob on his final dive was going to do a back dive in the straight position. Degree of difficulty for this dive is 1.7. And a fairly common dive in today's event. A lot of athletes have done the back dive straight. Mainly because it sometimes can be hard for them to control their back dive, being a little bit more blind on the entry. But he scored pretty well in that dive then. The divers can actually score more when they get a little bit more jump. Daniel is up next. He's going to do a back somersault with a half twist in the free position. Degree of difficulty 1.7. And really good from Daniel. Judges have rewarded that with scores from 5.5 to 6, and he scores 28.9 points for that dive. Our final diver in the 10 years boys, Paul Carlos. Paul goes to Trinity Grammar. There it is, he's forward somersault in the tuck position. Does get his feet into the water first, so he does get a score for it and scores between 2 and 3 points for his dive. 11 years girls, Melina is up for her final dive. Melina attends French's Forest Primary School, or public school. She's going to do an inward dive in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty 1.4. Nice work to Melina. Melina scores between 4 and 5 for her dives. Next up is Lara, and Lara's got a pretty high score from her 3 dives, 115.25. She'll be looking to consolidate her selection in the School Sport Australia New South Wales team for the Australian Schools Championships. Does a really nice job on her back dive straight. Judges have rewarded her with scores from 5.5 to 7. So well done to Lara. Lucinda is up next on the 1 metre with a forward somersault with a half twist in the free position. And a good job to Lucinda. Lacked a little bit of leg form in that, but did really well to score 25.5 points. Sienna is up next, and she's going to do a forward dive in the straight position. Degree of difficulty 1.4. And as we said before, she's travelled all the way down from the north coast from Tapping Point. So that's really good, and we should give her a big round of applause for her efforts today. Scoring between 3.5 and 4.5 for 16.1 total for that dive. Olivia is up next, and she's going to do a 1.5 pike with the 1 metre, degree of difficulty 1.7. And a good dive and a really nice entry into the water. Did a good job, scored from 5 to 7 from the judges, but that should see her in a good position to press for the School Sport New South Wales team. Baria is up next with the back dive straight off 1 metre. And the athletes can use either 1 or 3 metre boards in this event. Baria dived 3 dives up to 3 metre, came down for the back dive off 1 metre and earned 19.55 points for her last dive. Elsie's up last, and she did all her dives on 1 metre. She's stepping up to 3 metre this time for a forward 1.5 and does a pretty good job there. Little bit of a rollover, but well done to Elsie. 5 to 5.5 for her dive. Lillian is next from Thornley West. Lily is on the 1 metre board. She will do an inward dive in the pike position. Degree of difficulty at 1.5. Oh, and a really good job. Maybe a little bit more toe point would be great, but that was well done to Lillian. She scores from 5.5 to 6 for her dive. Anne is up next, and she's going to do a forward somersault with a half twisted free position. Degree of difficulty 1.7. There it is. Maybe a bit twist just a little bit. The judges will recognise that. So she gets scores from 3.5 to 4.5. Final diver in the 11-year girls springboard is Shay Butcher. She's from Charlestown South Public School. Shay's ready to go here with a back dive with a half twisting straight position. Gets a bit of piking at the hips in that, and that causes it to roll over, and the judges have hit that and scored her from 2.5 to 3.5. But well done to Shay for her dives today. And the last diver in the 10s and 11 boys and girls event is Ruben Hardiker. And Ruben's doing a back dive with a half twist in the straight position at 1.8 and gets his best score of the day, I believe, with 24.3 points. We say congratulations to all those, and we are simply just waiting for one swimmer who is yet to dive, which is Annabelle Lavigliati from Wallsend South Public School. And as soon as she finishes with her swimming commitments up there, they'll get her in and score her dives before the final results are released. At this point, we'll sign off, and we'll come back to you when we've got some more live action in competition.
Can we have please down to the recording area? Daniel Cassidy, Olivia Rapp, Oliver Radford, James Pritchard, Jacob Barlow, Paul Carlos, Lara Manuel, Olivia Spano, Lillian Cormack, and Ruben Hardaker. Can we have those drivers please? And all the girls that dived in their women's event as well. Are we going to Eric, please, of Daniel, Oliver, James, Jacob, Paul, Lara, Olivia, Lillian, and Ruben. We could also have a parent come down to Kildeck for those divers. medal presentation for the boys' tennis competition. The medals are being presented by Ross Harrows, who is the immediate past president of New South Wales PWSA and Marketing. In third place, and bronze medal representing CIS, James Pritchard, rank scored 90.15. Second place and silver medal representing CIS, Oliver Radford, with a score of 114.50. New South Wales PWSA 10 Years Boys Champion representing Sydney East, Daniel Cassidy. And the final results, Jacob Barlow scored 74.75 and Paul Carlos 69.35. If we could have a parent representative of those 5 boys down to the recording area, please. A representative for those 5 boys down to the recording area. The medal presentation for the girls 11 years springboard. Once again, we'll ask Ross Harrows to present the medals. In third place and bronze medal representing Sydney North, William Coleman with a score of 114.35. Second place and silver medal representing CIS, Olivia Spano with a score of 127.50. New South Wales PWSA 11 Years Girls Springboard Champion representing CIS, Sarah Manuel, has got 152.30. Third places in that event, fourth place, Elsie Barr from Hunter, fifth place, Annie Lou from CIS, sixth place, Shay Roger from Hunter, seventh place, Lucinda Torrens from Sydney North, eighth place, Barry Brown from Sydney East, ninth place, Fiona Goldie from Gold Coast, 10th place, Melina Levy from Sydney North. We even have a parent representative of those 3 girls, please to the recording area. And the medal presentation for the boys' 11s. In the 11 years boys, PWSA, our gold medalists representing Sydney North, Ruben Hardaker. Ruben scored 82.75. Could I please ask Olivia Spano and a parent representative to come down to the recording area? Olivia Spano and a parent representative, please, to the recording area. Diamonds, can I just ask if all the 12s and 13s just leave the water for a moment, and we will do the 10 years girls, Annabelle that was swimming, finalise that 10s with the presentation, and then the 12s and 13s, I will give you another 5-minute warm-up. So can you just clear the boards, please? So we're just going to have Annabelle Mongliati, who was swimming, to do her dives. That will complete the 10s, and we will have the results of the 10s, while the 12s and 13s have another 5-minute warm-up. Twelves and 13s, you will get another 5-minute warm-up after we complete the 10s.
Welcome back to the 2022 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association State Diving. We have one athlete that was caught up in the swimming events this morning. That's Annabelle Movigliati from the Hunter region from Wallsend South Primary School. Annabelle is performing a forward dive in the tuck position. Judges will score that. And she scores from 3 to 4.5 on that dive. Of course, Annabelle needs to catch up. She'll just have a short moment of rest there, gather her thoughts, and when she's ready, she'll proceed with her second of her 3 medal round dives.
Annabelle's second dive is a forward 1.5 somersault tuck.
She'll now proceed with a 103C, which is a forward 1.5 somersault tuck on the 3-metre board, which is a 1.5 degree of difficulty, and does that really quite well. So well done to Annabelle.
5.5, 4.5, 5.5, 5.5.
And she scores from 4.5 to 5.5 on those dives from the judges' side. Annabelle now proceed on with her third dive.
Annabelle's third dive, back somersault tuck.
She'll be performing a 202C on the 1-metre board, degree of difficulty 1.5. This is the third of her dives to count towards the medal round for 10 years girls springboard.
5, 4, 4.5, 5, 4.5.
And her scores from 4.5 to 5 for her third dive. Annabelle will have one more dive. This dive will not count towards the competition final score or towards the medals, but it will be eligible to add to her total for consideration and selection to the New South Wales All Schools team for the School Sport Australia Diving Championships. She will need to be in the top 3 in her age group to gain selection. And her last dive was a 5211A, which is a back dive with a half twist straight, 1.7 degree of difficulty, and judges have rewarded her for that. We say congratulations to Annabelle. It's difficult to come out and do all your dives one after the other, especially after being rushed off her feet with her swimming events today. But congratulations, and the final results should appear on the board shortly.
The results of the 10 years girls is now on the board. If we can have please Megan Yee, Emily Rame and Eva Jola, and a parent representative please to the recording area. And can I have all the other girls in the tent come to all the girls in the tent Could we have please Megan, Emily and Nylia? Megan, Emily and Nylia, please. The medal presentation for the team girls. In third place and bronze medal representing Sydney East, Amelia Bargiolo with a score of 115.10. Presenting the medals, we have Chris Lane, who is the manager, who will be taking the team to School Sport Australia in Brisbane at the end of the year. In second place and silver medal representing CIS, Emily Ramo, who scored 120.05. New South Wales, PWSA Tennis Girls Champion representing CIS, Megan Lee, who scored 122.95. If we can have a parent representative of those three girls, please, down to the recording room. the order of diving, number 1, Tamara, number 2, Chloe, number 3, Leah, number 4, Diane, number 5, Ashley, number 6, Zilla, number 7, Hannah, number 8, Owen, number 9, Jack, number 10, Luke, and number 11, Reese. Diving number 1, representing CIS.
Welcome back to the 2022 PSSA State Diving Championships. We will proceed with the 12 and 13 years girls springboard and the 12-13 years boys springboard. Our first diver in the 12-13 years girls is Tamara Abdul Rahim from MLC, and she performed a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position, degree of difficulty 1.7, earning a total dive score of 28.05. Chloe Smith is next up, representing the Sydney North region. Chloe attends West Pennant Hills Primary School. And Chloe's performing a 1.5 somersault in the pike position from the 1 metre board, degree of difficulty 1.7, and earns her first dive score of 27.2. Mia McAuliffe is next up, representing the combined independent school system. She goes to Abbottsley and will be performing forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position. Does a good job, little twist on the bottom there and maybe a fraction short. Quite a nice dive. Earns dive scores from 4 to 5 from the judges. Kyan Costa from Paulding is next. Kyra attends Star of the Sea at Terrigal, and Kyra is performing a forward dive in the pike position of 3 metre and gets her entry quite nice, maybe a little bit short of the absolute vertical, but the judges have rewarded that very well with scores from 5.5 through to 7.5. Next up, we have from the Hunter region, from Valentine Public School, we have Ashley Woodward. Ashley is on the 1 metre board, and she'll perform forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty 1.6. Gets it round and rolls it over just a little bit, creating a little bit more splash than required, but scores from 4 to 5.5 from the 5 judges. Zella Medina is next from Paulding, and she represents Des Moines Public. Zella is going to perform a forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position with a degree of difficulty of 1.6. A very nice dive, takes it out a little bit too far from the board, but a very nice clean dive all the same, scoring 5.5 through to 7 from the 5 judges. Last diver in the 12 to 13 years girls in the first round is Hannah Moody. Hannah goes to Pymble Ladies College as part of the CIS program and is performing a forward 1.5 from in the pike position on the 3 metre board. Degree of difficulty 1.6, scores very well with a total dive score of 33.6 points. Next up, in the 12 and 13 boys, our first diver in the 12 and 13 boys springboard is Owen Whitbread. He comes from Sydney East from Lily Pilly Public School. Owen is performing a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position. Does a good job of that. Degree of difficulty 1.6, and the judges reward him with scores from 5.5 to 6.5 points. Next up we have Jack Lawrence from the Riverina region. Jack attends the Coringal Public School, and Jack is going to do a forward dive in the tuck position from the 1 metre, degree of difficulty 1.2, and he gets scores from the judges from 4.5 to 5. Next up is Luke Leadbeater from the Hunter region. He attends Blacksmiths Public School, and Luke is going to perform a forward somersault in the tuck position. Gets a nice extension out of that, Maybe leaves it a fraction short, but scores very well from the judges with scores of 5 and 5.5. Last diver in the 12-13 boys springboard round 1 is Reese McAvoy. And Reese is going to perform a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position with a degree of difficulty of 1.7. Reese attends St John's, Campbelltown. Gets a nice approach here, nice high tight pike. Just washes it over with his legs a little bit. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that. And scores from 4.5 through to 6 from the judges. We proceed on to round 2. In case people are wondering how the scores are applied here. The 3 middle scores, in other words, there are 5 judges. The top and bottom score are discarded or struck from the scoring. 3 middle scores are added together and multiplied by the degree of difficulty for the designated dive. So we have Tamara performing back somersault with a half twist in the free position at 1.7 degree of difficulty. She scores her 5 scores from the judges there. The top and bottom are discarded, middle 3 are added together, multiplied by that 1.7. Next up is Chloe. Chloe's doing an inward dive in the pike position. A very nice, tight little dive, that one. Got a really good entry with very little splash. The judges have rewarded it with scores of 6.5 and 7. Mia McAuliffe from Abbottsley is going to perform an inward dive in the pike position on 1 metre, degree of difficulty 1.5. Good job, very tight pike position, deep position in that pike, and gets rewarded by the judges with scores from 6 to 7. Cayenne Costa is up on the 3 metre board. She'll be performing a reverse dive in the tuck position with a degree of difficulty of 1.8. Gets to the end of the board, nice tight tuck, and tries to really drill that entry. Rolls around just a fraction, and the judges give her scores from 5 to 6.5. Ashley Woodward is next up. Ashley hails from the Hunter, from Belmont Public School, and Ashley will be doing a reverse dive in the tuck position here on the 3 metre board. Degree of difficulty 1.8. Gets a nice stretch. Her tuck was maybe not quite as tight as the previous girls, but got a nice entry on the water, scoring 5s and 5.5. Next up is Zella Medina. Zella is on the 1 metre board. She'll do a back dive in the pike position. Her degree of difficulty is 1.6. And in case you're wondering what the number system is that describes the dive, a 1 is a forward, a 2 is a backward, 3 is reverse, 4 is inward, and 5 is twisting. So a 201B is a back dive, B is the pike position, and that designates the dive. There it is. She does a nice tight pike, but leaves her feet behind a little bit and doesn't quite get the vertical entry she's looking. Her dive total for the second dive is 16.0 points. Hannah Moody is the last of the 12-13 girls divers in round 2, and Hannah is going to do a back 1.5 somersault with a half twist in the free position, 2.0 degree of difficulty. One of the more complex dives we've seen today. There she goes, 1.5 somersault, hits a pike, but it is the free position and gets a really good entry, earning scores from 6 to 7 from the judges. We move on to the boys' second round, and we have Owen. Owen's going to do a back dive in the pike position on the 3 metre board, degree of difficulty 1.9. And of course the A at the end of the numbers represents the straight position, and he does a good job and earns 31.35 points for his dive. Jack Lawrence is up next, and Jack is from Coringal, and Jack's going to do a back dive in the straight position off 1 And as you can see, he does a pretty good job there. A difficult dive, a back dive to get in nice and vertically. But he scored 16.15 points for his efforts. Next up, from Blacksmith Public School is Luke Leadbeater. And Luke is going to do an inward dive in the tuck position. Gets a nice jump and gets good snappy stretch out to line up his entry. Judges say, I like that, and they award him scores from 5 to 6.5. Final diver in the boys 12 to 13 second round of springboard is Reese McAvoy. And Reese will be performing the back dive pike position on the 1 metre board. It has a degree of difficulty value of 1.6. So I'm sure everybody at St John's Campbelltown will be out there trying to support him. And he does a really nice entry then. Rips his arms apart to create a very little splash on the water. Gets rewarded with scores from 6 to 7 from the judges. On to the third round, third of 5 rounds. The first 4 dives in this competition for the boys and girls will count towards the medals. The 5th dive will in fact be the dive that determines their ranking for school sports selection for the national championships. Tamara just did a really nice inward dive pike. From the judges look to give that scores from between 5 and 6, and she earns 24.75 points for her third round dive. Chloe Smith is up next. Chloe's going to do a back somersault in the straight position, DD of 1.7, but unfortunately overbalances, and the rules are she left the board, she fell in the water, so that is in fact a failed dive as determined by the referee. Next up we have Mia McAuliffe from Abbottsley. Mia is going to do an inward 1.5 from the 1 metre in the tuck position. This is quite a big dive, 2.2 degree of difficulty. Doesn't quite get out to stretch in the water. That stops her from getting really good scores, but she will still score from 2.5 to 3.5 for her inward 1.5. Kyan Costa is on the 3 metre board. She's going to perform a forward 1.5 somersault in the pike position. Degree of difficulty of 1.6. Here she goes, sets up her takeoff, does a pretty nice dive, but isn't quite vertical by the time she enters the water, but still scores 5.5 to 7 from our judges. We have Ashley up. She's from Valentine Public. Ashley's going to, on the 3 metre, do a back dive straight. We'll see if she can take this up and really stretch through the water and impress the judges to add her execution points to her 1.9 degree of difficulty. Ashley scores 3 to 4.5 for a total score of 23.75 for her third round dive. Next up we have Zella Medina. Zella is going to be performing on the 1 metre board. She will do a reverse dive tucked, which means that she will face forward to come off the board. She'll rotate backwards and she'll pull into a tight ball and try and stretch it out for a nice clean vertical entry on her head. Just getting set. Has a little teeter going so she can jump a little bit higher. And obviously a little bit nervous on this one. There she goes up and tucks and does a really good job of doing that reverse dive with a tight tuck and stretching into water. The judges congratulate her with 6 to 6.5 and a dive score of 28 plus points. Last up in the third round for the 12-13 girls is Hannah Moody. Hannah's going to do an inward 1.5 tucked on 3 metre. 1.9 is her degree of difficulty. She has 73.6 points so far, so she'll be looking to add to that with this dive. And a really nice job. Just got a little bit over rotation into the water, but good job earning 35.15 points for her third round dive. Owen's going to do an inward 1.5 on 3 metre in the tuck position. If he was to do this on 1 metre, it would be worth 2.2 because he'd have less space and room to get his dive around and into the water. But on 3 metre, it's worth 1.9. He's currently on 59.35 points. And he does a pretty good job and gets a nice vertical entry on his entry into the water. Judges rewarded with a total score of 36.1 points for his third dive. Jack Lawrence will now perform a back dive with a half twist in the straight position. DD of 1.8 gets a little twist on the water. The judges have scored that from 2 to 4.5 points. So well done to Jack. Luke Leadbeater from Blacksmiths Primary School in the Hunter region will now perform a forward somersault with a half twist. As we said in trampoline or gymnastics, this would be called a Barani. But here it's a frontside half twist, and he scores a total dive score of 28.05 points. Last up in the 12-13 boys for round 3 is Reese McAvoy from St John's Campbelltown, and Reese will be performing an inward 1.5 in the tuck position. This earns him 2.2 degree of difficulty points, so he'll be looking to try and impress these judges and get his execution scores up as high as they can. 3 middle marks multiplied by 2.2 will give him his dive score. And that's the highest score we've seen today in the boys event with 42.9, so well done to young Reese there. We move on to the 4th round. On Tamara Alda Abdel Rahim from MSC will be performing a reverse dive in the pike position. Takes it up, doesn't quite touch the toes, but still quite a good dive. Scores 5.5 from our very proficient judges there. Chloe is up next. She's going to perform a back somersault with a half twist in the free position. Degree of difficulty 1.7. She has 57.2 points in total from her first 3 dives, and we'll look to add to that with this score. Judges have awarded her 5.5s and 6s, and she scored 30.6 points for her 4th dive. Mia from Star of the Sea Terrigal will be performing back somersault with a half twist in the free position. Almost looked to get a little bit stuck with that half twist, but I finished it off quite well in the end. Scores 5s and 5.5 for a dive score of 25.5. Next up we have Kyan. Kyan is going to perform an inward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position. Degree of difficulty 1.9 off 3 metre, and does a really good job. And my apologies to Mia before, she's from Abbottsley, not Star of the Sea. It is in fact Kyan that's from Star of the Sea Terrigal. So well done to Kyan with her inward 1.5 somersault from the 3 metre. Next up we have Ashley. Ashley's doing an inward 1.5 tucked off 3 metre as well. Degree of difficulty 1.9. She sets up, you can see her heels raised above the board. She tries to push out the board and gets fast forward rotation. Her total score for that dive is 22.8. Zella from Drummoyne Public is up next. And Zella will be doing an inward dive in the pike position from the 1 metre board. This degree of difficulty is a 1.5. And as you can see, if the degree of difficulty is a little bit towards the lower part of 1 point whatever, they have to perform with greater execution to try and keep pace with the divers who are doing dives that are in the 2s or the higher 1s. So it's really a bit of a balancing act of trying to work out how you're going to get your best score. Zella has 72.8 points already. Should be looking to add to her score in this, the final dive for the medal round. And there she is, inward dive pike, which was nicely performed by Zella. She scores 27 points, taking her up to 99 plus points from her 4 dives. Last in the 4th round for the 12-13 girls is Hannah Moody. And Hannah is performing a forward 2.5 somersault tuck position. 2.2 degree of difficulty. Watch the fast rotation here. And she stretches out to try and get a nice clean entry on the water. And she has scored from 6 to 7 from the judges, which is a very, very good result. Will aid her cause to see where she ends up on the podium in the medal round. Final dive in the medal round for the 12-13s boys. They still have their qualification round for the representative team to go after this. In the 4th round, Owen will be performing a 2.5 somersault tucked. Just gets a little bit out off the board, cuts out his room a bit, so he doesn't quite have the same time as Hannah, but still scores a very credible 31.9 points for that dive. Jack is up next. He's going to do a forward somersault tuck here. Does a really good job. That's a nice dive from Jack with a 1.4 degree of difficulty and scores 21 points for his 4th dive. Lucas from Blacksmiths Public School, and he'll be performing a forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position, 1.6 degree of difficulty. Here he goes, gets it up, does a pretty good job. Feet come apart a little bit as he's entering the water, which is the last thing the judges see, but gets a good score of 27.2 points for the 4th round dive. Maurice is the last diver in the 4th round from St John's, Campbelltown. He's doing a forward double somersault tucked at 2.2 from the 1 metre. Does a good job, but probably comes out a little bit early and just leaves it a little bit short. That causes his scores to go from 4.5 to 6, but well done to Reese for his efforts there. The final round now, which is round 5. Will not count towards the medals in this competition, but will count towards the qualification for the New South Wales All Schools team to compete in the School Sport Australia Championships in November in Brisbane. So Tamara is doing a back dive in the tuck position. Does a pretty good job, not a real tight tuck, but does a pretty good job on that dive and scores from 4 to 6.5 from the judges. Chloe Smith is on the 1 metre board. She's going to step up the ante here for a double forward somersault, valued at 2.2 degree of difficulty. Gets it round and does a really good job to hold on to her tuck and help her stand that up into the water, helping her from scores from 4.5 to 5.5 from the judges. Mia now will do a back somersault in the straight position, degree of difficulty 1.7. Mia is of course from Abbottsley. Does a good job, pushes it back a little bit and doesn't quite get dead straight into the water, but still scores from 4.5 to 6 from the judges. Kyan is up next. Kyan is going to do a back dive in the tuck position from 3 metre. It is a 1.7 dive, worth slightly more points than off 1 metre, and mainly because of the increased risk with height, so they have to control it better, but she does a beautiful job on that back dive tucked. And the judges reward it deservedly with scores from 6 to 7.5. Ashley is up next from Valentine Public School. And Ashley is doing an inward dive in the tuck position. It is a 1.4 dive. She currently has 97.65 points. She'll look to add to that score to see if she can put some pressure on to try and earn herself a place in the all-schools team. Scores 22.4 points for her fifth and final dive. Zella is up next. And Zella is on the 1 metre. She's going to perform a forward dive in the pike position. She's going to do it from a stand. You remember, I know forward dive, they can do it called a running dive or a standing dive. She's chosen to do it as a stand. Hopes to get up nice and tall and show a good line into the water. Pretty good job there from Zella. And her scores from the judges are responsive with 5.5 to 7 from her judges for that dive. Hannah is on her fifth and final dive with the back dive pike off 3 metre. It is a 1.8 degree difficulty dive. She'll look to try and take this up, get really tight with her pike and straight knees, and then try and line up her entry so it's like an arrow piercing the water. And a good job from Hannah. Judges reward her with 5 to 6.5 and a total score for that dive of 32 plus points. We go to the boys for their final dive. Nolan is on the 3 metre board. He's going to do an inward dive in the pike position. Degree of difficulty 1.4. He's on 127 points at this point in time. And he does a pretty good job. To earn 25.2 points and take him up to 152.55 points. Luke is doing a back somersault in the tuck position from 1 metre. Degree of difficulty at 1.5. He'll be looking to add to his 102 points to try and claim one of the 3 valuable positions in his age group for the New South Wales All-Schools team. Does a pretty good job, scores 25.5 and ends up on 127 plus points at the end of that competition. Final diver in the 12-13 boys. Final diver in the 12-13s boys is in fact Reese McAvoy. He'll be doing a reverse dive in the tuck position, valued at 1.6 degree of difficulty. He's currently on 135. We'll look to close out this competition with a good last dive. There it is, shows nice stretch. Knows how to swim through the water to decrease the amount of splash on the water, and ends up on 164.95 points, which is a very good competition for Reese. The scores will come up on the board shortly, but right now we'll sign off and wait and allow the presentations and preparation for the primary schools platform events.
Could we have please to the presentation area? Hannah Moody, Kyan Costa, Tamara Raman, Reese McAvoy, Owen Whitbread, and Ruby Leadbetter. And could we please, boys, you'll get time to warm up the platform if I can have you all the presentation, please. Hannah, Kyan, Tamara, Reese, Owen, and Luke. And if you're going to have a parent representative come down to the recording area.
thanks, guys. Thanks so much. That's all right.
The medal presentation for the girls 12 years, 13 years springboard, and medals will be presented by Peter Gates, who is the leader of the school sport leader. In third place, and bronze medal representing CIS, Tamara Abdulrahman. Tamara scored 131.30. Second place in silver medal, representing Poland, Ryan Costa, who was scored 161.05. New South Wales, NSWPSSA 12-13 years girls springboard champion, representing CIS, Hannah Moody. And the further results are up on the board. presentation for the boys 12-13 years. Once again, we'll ask the ranks to present the medals. In third place, a bronze medal representing Hunter, Luke Leader with a score of 127.65. Second place and silver medal representing Sydney East, Owen Whitbread. New South Wales 12-13 years boys pickup SA champion representing Phillip Reese McElroy. And in fourth place was Jack Lawrence from Riverina. The order of diving is number 1, Lara Manuel, number 2, Ada Savage, number 3, Anna Moody, number 4, Chloe Smith, number 5, Karen Costa, number 6, Reese McEvoy, number 7, Owen Whitford, number 8, Oliver Radford.
Mate, he's just applying for a job.
Connecting the Open Boys and Open Girls platform. Diving 1, Lara Manuel. All dives will be on the 5 metre. Back dive pipe.
Welcome back to the PSSA Championships. We are just commencing the Open Girls platform and the Open Boys platform. We have Lara Manuel here starting us off with a very nice back dive pike off the 5 metre. Great starting score for Lara.
Ada Savage, CIS.
Our second diver is Ada Savage, representing MLC. She is starting off with a forward 1.5 somersault in the tuck position. A 1.6 degree of difficulty dive to start off. A great starting dive for Ada, maybe a little bit twisted on the bottom, but very good starting score for Ada. We have Hannah representing CIS doing the same dive as Ada, a forward 1.5 somersaults tuck. This is off the 5 metre board with a 1.6 degree of difficulty. Very nice dive. She's got an excellent tuck right there. Maybe a little bit splashy on the entry, but some good scores up there from the judges. Now Chloe Smith, she's representing Sydney North, a forward dive pike. A fabulous entry, maybe a little bit far out, but and she starts with 24.70 points to start. Kyan is doing a back dive tuck. This is worth 1.5 degree of difficulty. A little bit splashy on the entry, but she had a very strong kick, which is nice to see. She has scored 28.5 on that dive. We have Reese. He's doing a back dive pike. same dive as Kyan, but he would just be doing it in the pike position. So this is with straight legs rather than bent. His takeoff might have fallen off a little bit, but his entry was very clean. Scoring a couple 7s and 6s. We have Owen from Sydney East, an inward dive tuck. So we have not seen an inward in this competition yet. It is where he'll be facing the board, facing backwards, but then rotating forwards. Strong kick from Owen, a little bit splashy on the entry, scoring 5.5s and a 5 from the judges at 23.10 in total for Owen. And our last diver for round 1 is Oliver. He's also doing an inward dive tuck, a 1.4 degree of difficulty for his first dive. Yeah, a great jump on that. A little bit splashy on the entry, scoring around the 5.5 and 6 mark for that dive. We are commencing round 2 now. We now have Lara representing CIS, a forward 1.5 somersaults in the pike position. That was a great dive, a 1.7 degree of difficulty, yes, 8s in there, some 7.5s. 39.10 points. I think that's the highest score we've seen in this competition so far. We have Ada doing an inward 1.5 somersaults tuck. This is a 2.2 degree of difficulty. It's a very high degree of difficulty dive. Yeah, just leaving it a little bit short, but great takeoff at the beginning. Scoring 31.90 on that dive. Hannah Moody is now doing the same dive in inward 1.5 tuck with a 2.2 degree of difficulty. See what she can do with this dive. Great pop off that takeoff. I think she was just a little bit hesitant to come out, but generally 5.5s and 5s from the judges. A good score for that dive. Now we see Chloe on the 5 meter doing a arm stand dive. So she is actually starting in a handstand position before rotating around in a tuck. That was a very nicely done dive. It's very important on the handstand dives that the diver shows control on the handstand before they fall off the board. This allows the judges to appreciate the handstand and score them higher on those handstand dives. Now we see Kyan doing a forward 1.5 pike on 5 meter. A very nice pike Kyan has. It's very flat, a little bit splashy, but 29.75 overall. A good score for that dive from Kyan. Now we are starting the open boys platform. We've got Reese on the 5 meter doing a 103B. I think.
Boys, can I suggest you stay out of the spa, please, just for this competition? Forward 1.5 somersault pike.
Okay, here is forward 1.5 pike. Great entry from Reese. It was really clear sound. 6.5s and 7s, 33.15. Great dive from Reese. And now Owen is doing the same dive, a forward 1.5 pike. See what he can do with this. He'll need a nice strong takeoff to make this dive round. Just leaving it a little bit short.
5, 4, 4.5, 4.5, 5.5. Oliver.
Now we have Oliver, our final diver, doing the same dive, a forward 1.5 somersaults pike. He just fell off the board a little bit in his takeoff, but he made that dive round pretty well. 5s from the judges.
This is the round finishes for the medals.
So this is round 3. So this round is where we will get the medal positions from. The following round, I think only some of the divers will be doing, and that is to qualify for the Nationals. We have Lara, very good dive from Lara. She made that in 1.5 tuck round really well. 44 points, great dive to start off the medal round. We now have Ada doing a back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist. So this is a twisting dive. She's going to be starting facing the water backwards. She's going to do a half twist and then somersault around. Yeah, good twisting action from Ada, leaving that dive a little bit short. But overall, good dive, 31.5 she scores for that dive. Now we have Hannah Moody doing a forward 2.5 somersaults tuck with a 2.4 degree of difficulty. Now this is a big dive. She's going to need a really strong takeoff to make this dive around. She is starting from a platform run, just to give her that extra bit on the takeoff. Oh, and she's done it really well. Just a little bit short, but it was overall a very good dive. 40.80 for that dive, a great score. She is going to be in potential for a medal. We have Chloe Smith, a 103B, a forward 1.5 pike. Just giving it a little too much on the takeoff, over-rotating slightly. Still a really nice dive. It's just that last little bit that let her down a bit. But now we have Kyan, our final diver in the open women's platform for the medals round. Another arm stand dive. Overall a good dive. I reckon she could have held that handstand a little bit longer to squeeze a couple extra points out from the judges. But yeah, 6.5's a decent score. We now have Reese, a reverse dive pike on the 5 metre. This is starting the open boys platform medal round. Just stucking his head in at the last minute, which created a little bit of splash. But 7's overall decent score from Reese, 34 he scored on that. Now we have Owen, he's representing Sydney East with the inward 1.5 tuck, a 2.2 degree of difficulty. Now he's going to need a lot of power from his takeoff to make this dive round. Just a little bit slow in his rotation, leaving it a little bit short. 29.70. Now we have Oliver doing the same dive. I believe it is going to be very close between these 3 boys on who takes out the gold, the silver and the bronze. Great pop on that takeoff. He makes that dive round, leaving a little bit short of the entry, but very good dive overall. 42 for that dive. So this is our 4th and final round for the competition. Now this does not go towards the medals. It only goes to selection for the national championships, which will be held in Brisbane later in the year. Last dive from Lara was a reverse dive tuck, scoring 6.5. Now have Ada Savage, her last dive, a forward 2.5 somersaults tuck. We saw Hannah do this. It's a big dive. Really good. She just kicked out a little bit short, but that dive is very difficult to make, so she's done well. She scores 36 on that dive. And now we have Hannah doing a back dive pike as her final dive. This is a 1.6 degree of difficulty. She just leant a little bit backwards on her takeoff, which made it go a little bit over. Her pike was really nice in the air though, so I think she got some 6s in there for her scores. Now Chloe's last dive is an inward dive tuck. Just twisting a little bit there at the bottom and leaving a little bit splash. She got 5s and 6s for that dive. And now we have Cayenne doing an inward dive pike. So same dive as what Chloe did, but in the pike position, so with straight legs. So 1.5 degree of difficulty for her last dive. Just a bit open in that pike, and then she threw her legs a bit over. She scores 21 for that dive. We now have Reese, who's doing an inward 1.5 somersaults tuck. He's currently sitting on 100 points total. Just jumping it a little bit back, which makes it hard to get that rotation, so he left it a little bit short. He scores 33 for his final dive. But Owen's last dive is a back dive tuck with a 1.5 degree of difficulty. Just jumping it back a little bit, he doesn't get the full extension out of the platform, which made him leave it a little bit short at the end. Now we have Oliver. This is our final diver in this competition. He's doing a back somersault straight. He's just bending his legs in the somersault, which he'll be losing marks for, and left a little bit short. 21 for his last dive. Good effort to all those divers in the event. We'll be having the presentation shortly.
Could we have, please, Lara, Hannah, Ada, Reese, Oliver, and Owen to the presentation area? Lara, Hannah, Ada, Reese, Oliver, and Owen.
walking and I'll meet you at the stairs, okay? Or you can watch and then start walking. I'll meet you at the stairs down there, okay?
The medal presentation for the Girls New South Wales PSSA Open Platform event. And presenting medals we have Tracy McHenry, who is the President of New South Wales PSSA. We thank her for her time. In third place and bronze medal representing CIS, Ada Savage. Unfortunately, the swimming people have turned off our scoreboard. Second place and silver medal representing CIS, Hannah Levy. We will try and get our scoreboard on for these results. New South Wales PSSA Open Girls Platform Champion representing CIS, Karen Daniel. In fourth place in that event was Karen Costa from Holding, 109.85. Fifth place, Chloe Smith, Sydney Law, 101.75. The medal presentation for the New South Wales PSSA Open Boys Platform Championship. In third place and bronze medal representing Sydney East, Owen Whitworth. Second place and silver medal representing CIS, Oliver Bradford. PSSA Boys Open Platform Champion representing the killer, Reese McElroy. The scores for that competition, Owen scored 76.60, Oliver 92.20, Reese 100.00. We'd like to thank our sponsors for this event, and Eyeline has sponsored Drivers of the Meet. Our girl driver of the meet was Lara Manuel, and boy driver of the meet was Reese McElroy. I'd like to thank all our judges from Diving New South Wales and all our teachers who have given their time today for this event to run. Good luck to the divers who have made the New South Wales PSSA team to compete at the School Sport Australia event in Brisbane in November.
Lex is an incredible student who attends Nambucca Heads Public School. She has a limb deficiency, but that doesn't stop her from doing anything that everyone else does.
Sometimes when I'm meeting new people, I usually cover my arm like this and I hide it from them, and I'm scared if they're going to look at me up and down like I'm some different person.
She was keen to be involved in athletics, but we decided that maybe she could be also involved in swimming.
The lady at the time that was training her, she said, oh, I think she could, be a good swimmer.
So Lexi does every sport. She doesn't let anything stop her, and she just gets involved in absolutely everything.
When she first started, she was barely able to swim 20 metres, but because of her drive and her enthusiasm, she decided that she wanted to take herself to the next level. She is now representing our school at the New South Wales PSSA Swimming Championships in 4 separate events.
I want to go to Sydney because I want to show people with my disability that they can do it too.
Lexi is one of those students who doesn't let anything stand in her way. I think it's helped her confidence in, you know, never giving up and always having a go, and it's just she just doesn't let anything stop her, and she's travelled and she's gone in everything and met all these amazing people.
I've made lots of new friends, and I've even met people with one arm too. I'd love to see other kids get involved with sports so you can stay fit, and you could also meet new people and make new friends.
The kids are building friendships, they're building their resilience, they're learning not to give up. They're challenged, but they overcome those challenges. So we do see the impact on their learning as well.
I'm very proud of my PBs because in North Coast I did very good PBs, but I beat the time in state. In breaststroke it was 10 seconds, and in 100 metre freestyle it was 8 seconds. I got 3 medals, and all of them are first.
From day one, I knew that sport was where I wanted to go. I found that it was a great way to connect with children. I want young people to step up. I want people to have a go. It's hard, it's challenging, there's long hours, but what you get from the